Hello, today we are going to do a HCL Domino Designer tutorial. We're going to create an HCL Domino application and we'll open it in HCL Notes. So let's first start the Domino Designer. You can do that from the Windows desktop, this thing, or from HCL Notes, open Domino Designer, or from the Windows Start menu. At letter H, it says HCL applications, so I have installed HCL Domino latest version 12.0.2, and this is the Domino Designer in Windows Start menu. Okay, first of all, let's remove all of the applications. So we go to the applications view. So that's Window, Show Eclipse Views, and then Applications, this thing. We're going to collapse all of the apps, and we're going to right click on one app and go remove. Okay. Very important is for us to have the progress tool window. So window, open, show Eclipse views, other, progress. The tool window is here at the bottom. Okay. So let's follow the tutorial. We're going to do a Hello World tutorial where we have a form and a button, and then the button shows a message box. So it says that we should create a dbintro.nsf file. So let's see how it does that. New application on local. So this is the old Domino GUI, and this is the new Domino GUI. Different buttons. The new one is SWT, Java, Eclipse, and the old one is C++, Lotus Notes, Domino, the old version. Okay, so it says I should put the title introduction, and the file should be dbintro.nsf. And we should start with the template blank. So let's do that. So it's using local, not the Domino server. The file will probably be located into the HCL Domino client data directory, which is this directory. C:\program files x86 /HCL /notes /data. Okay. And then it says we should select the template blank, which is selected by default. And then we go OK. Okay, next. It goes to new form button. So in the tab dbintro.nsf forms, there's a new form button, and the form is named FRM Hello. So this is Hungarian notation, commonly used in Delphi, for instance. FRM being the type, which is form, and then hello, the name for the specific form. Okay, and then it presses new line twice. Okay. And then it goes create hotspot. hotspot of type button. Okay, so the old GUI appears with the properties. We have database, form, text, and then a button. The label will be hi. It says apply and then close. Then where is this splitter? So the button hi has a click. We're going to use the programming language, not Formula, not JavaScript, but Lotus script. So this is going to be a hello world with HCL Domino 12 and the programming language Lotus script for the event. And the text will be of the event implementation on click. Message box. MSG box. And then the text. Okay. So similar to the API in Win32, in Qt and in other places in C#, System Windows Forms, System Windows or XAML, the list of buttons, the title, okay. What then? It goes design preview in notes. It says, do you want to save? Yes. And it opens in the HCL Domino client HCL notes, which is the application that you use for actually opening NSF files, so viewing data in there and entering data. In a new tab, the application that we just created, which is called, the form is called untitled. Okay. Let's see that the button works. So click on the button, it says greetings, hello world, and the message box is centered to the desktop, not to the HCL Notes window. Okay. Let's look at what we can see here. So we're in a new tab in HCL Notes. We can inspect the application. So we go in HCL Notes main menu, file, application properties. In here we have the first row of combo boxes, which is of tabs, as it were. Top level is database, and then the child is document. So let's look at the database. It says it's dbintro.nsf. It has the title introduction, and all of the values in here are defaults. We can eventually compact, but we don't have any data. Okay, there's just design items inside of this NSF file. There's no data items. Okay, it doesn't inherit any template from it doesn't inherit design items from a template. Okay, and then no documents. We don't have any field, any data items. Okay, so we have the button, we can open this application in the following ways. File, open HCL Notes application on my computer, and then it's called introduction, and the name of the file is dbintro.nsf. Open. Where are you? Then we can go open applications, open an application, introduction, or we can go file, where are you? Open applications, workspace, and then hopefully it was added here automatically. It says introduction on local. This thing. Okay, introduction, dbintro.nsf. Okay. Next, we're going to see and follow the tutorial from You Be Successful from YouTube, which is this one. It's probably the only HCL Domino classic NSF tutorial that I can find. So classic in the sense that it doesn't use X pages, it doesn't use Java, it uses forms, views, folders, it uses shared elements, code, only Lotus script, no JavaScript. Okay. And this is the series starts with HCL Domino 100 and goes to 104. Okay, so let me start all of these YouTube videos. Okay, so it says it's going to not use non-traditional programming methods, so no JavaScript, no Java, no X pages. Instead, it will use traditional Domino programming methods, forms, views, frameset, formulas, so formula language, and Lotus script. Why? Because it wants the presenter of this YouTube tutorial wants the application to work correctly in HCL Nomad, including for iOS, Android, and for the web. Okay, and it's a frontline support kind of application. Okay. A issue tracker sends email. Sounds like a complicated application, so let's start doing it. 101 says that we should have Domino Designer installed. We do. We should start Domino Designer. It's in here. There's a properties. Let's close the existing application. So collapse the application. Right click on it. Remove. Would you like to remove? Yes. And then it shows us the various tool windows. So there's application. There's properties. There's the tool views in the right hand side, so data and controls. Okay, so let's get rid of these tool windows. I know how to bring them back. It says open perspective. forms. Open perspective forms views. Window open perspective forms views. Okay. What's next? Window open perspective Domino Designer. It has, in addition, the outline tool view. Okay, so this is the start page. There's help, so we go help contents. Okay, so this is the OSGI eclipse.org style help framework. There's HCL Domino Designer basic user guide and reference. Application design. There's formula language. There's Lotus script language. Okay. So it says that HCL Nomad probably supports Lotus script formula, forms, views, so forms frame sets. Doesn't support Java, JavaScript, X pages, and other web-based techniques. Might be old information. Okay, so we go new application. File, new application. Or Control N. Or right click new application. Okay, so we're starting with local problems and answers. Okay. The NSF file has spaces in it. Okay, let's remove those. Okay. So it's in the HCL client data directory, which is this directory. No need to select anything, it's going to create it there. And then it says we should not put it directly into the data directory, we should create a subdirectory there named dev. Okay, and then we have the opportunity of selecting one NTF, notes template file to start with. So we're starting with blank, okay. So this is the applications view. We have just one application loaded. It says that it's located into the data directory, dev /program problems and answers. So let's go dev problems and answers .nsf. We're designing an NSF file, not an NTF file. Okay, so we go a new form, problems and answers. problem. 3 different spellings for the same thing. Okay, alias PA, probably because space is in names, and to provide an ABI application binary interface. This alias will not change in time. Maybe we'll rename the form. Okay. And as comment, we have our first form. And then, okay. Okay, so now we have 3 tabs open. Home, which is the welcome page. And then the NSF, and then the newly created form, problems and answers form. Okay, so press new line twice. So in here we have objects, explorer, EA form, events, okay, so we have the editor, so what you see is what you get style editor, forms editor, so a rapid application development, low code development, similar to the forms designer in Delphi or in System Windows Forms. Okay, and now it says we should edit the preferences of Domino Designer. It says basic notes client configuration. We should edit the default fonts for some reason. Replace the default monospace font with nothing. Just a second. It selects random values in here. So instead of Courier New, it goes fixed Cs. Instead of Microsoft Sans Serif goes Microsoft Hey Light. And instead of Times New Roman goes Sims Sun. Okay. And then by pressing the default button, the defaults are restored. Okay. Close. And now we can look at what you see is what you get. Editor for fonts. Okay. What are we going to do? Create. So we create a table. Create table. 19 rows, 10 rows. Just 2 columns. And in fixed width it goes 6 inch. Okay, so basic table. Starts out with the number of rows and columns specified above. So we go OK. So now we have a table and we're going to just start writing text. The labels. Okay, so we misspelled, and now there's a spell checker, tools spell check, and it says that we should replace priority with 2 T's with priority with 1 T. And then we double click and says spell check is complete. Okay, and now it places the cursor position on row 1, column 2. So clicks there with the mouse on the first row, second column. And now we'll insert a field, which is 2 things. A field is also a column, as it were, in a database structure, but also a visual element. Could be, I don't know, a combo box or a edit box or a read-only label. So create field. Okay, the old GUI properties dialog appears. And we need to name the field. So we go category and then we press OK. Okay. So it's of type text, it's editable. Okay, next. We create the next field, which is on row 2, column 2, but not from create, where are you? Create field, but from the main toolbar, and it's this button with the same icon. So create field, it's the blue asterisk, which is also this one. Okay. And this field is going to be the status, and this is probably going to be a combo box. Not yet. Okay. So just status and OK, and close that thing. Okay. What's next? A priority. Priority, apply, close. So we have pairs of label and then a field. File save, Control S. Okay. What's next? There's also this save button in the main toolbar. We can close the tab and then it will ask if I want to save. So it says, do you want to save this form if the form is dirty? So if it was changed after we saved it last time. Okay. And it says in here it says mobile, yes, web, yes, notes, yes. Okay, we double click to edit it again. Design preview in notes. Okay, so we already have a 3 columns as data structures, which are the 3 fields. And since the form is read-only, we can probably start editing rows in the table. Okay. When we're on this form, which we're not, so the main toolbar has disappeared, and I don't know how to make it come back. Okay. So we can edit the table in table, insert a row, insert column, or delete. So it clicks on category, goes table, insert, so this will insert above the current row. Okay. And then it goes problems and answers. Okay. And then it justifies this thing. Just a second. Okay. So we select the text and we go justify align center. Then we go font size, make it 24. Okay, and then we merge these 2 cells. Table, merge cells. Okay. Control S to save. And then preview in notes, which is this button. Okay, we can close that tab. Minimize HCL notes. And be back with our editing. We keep a row empty and then we go with title. You can press tab. Answers. And then we go with a field for the title. Title. And then we just save. Problem. and then we select the entire row under problem. Okay, and then we probably merge the cells. So right click, merge cells. Merge cells. This. And in the merged cells, we go insert new field. And we name it problem. And we apply. And close. Okay, we do the same thing for answers probably. We select the entire row, right click, merge cells. We already have the pointer in there, so we go new field, and then we go answers. And then we go apply. And close. Okay, what's next? Ctrl S to save. I already did that. No, I didn't. Okay. Let's preview this thing in Domino, in HCL Notes. Okay, so HCL Notes is the desktop client for the HCL Domino family. Okay, all of the fields are editable and of type text. So we can start editing. Tab goes where it should go. First problem. First possible solution. Okay, and we don't have on the form a specialized button for saving. So we need to save the row somehow. So we close the tab and then we go, do you want to save this new document? And we can go yes or no. And we go no. Okay, so just a second. Again, we've added 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fields. So these fields act similar to columns in relational databases. Domino is not a relational database, is a NoSQL database, is a document database. And it created the entire genre of NoSQL databases. So the row in here, the row of data, will be called a document. So it's equivalent to a row in a table in a relational database such as MySQL or MariaDB or PostgreSQL or SQLite. Okay. And by the fact that we kept the defaults for the field, so we made it, we kept it editable and text. Now we can edit, we can enter text into all of these fields, and when we save, the text in the fields will be put in a new document that's going to be stored in the thing that's similar to a table. Okay. So let's go, don't save anything. Back to the designer. So we have both layouts such as font size, such as table, columns, so things for presentation, but we also have columns in the table, which are the fields which store the actual data. Okay. So what we do now, we go right click on this space and we go insert column. Not this. Control Z to undo. We can't undo, right? Undo create. Just a second, let me see how it did that thing. Insert and append, not insert but append. Okay, wrong button. How do we undo things in here? Undo property change. Okay. How do we delete this? Delete column. Okay. So back, append column. Okay. And now we go append column yet again. And column. Okay. So at the same, on the same row with category, we have another pair which is called author. Created. Date completed. And we put fields. Author. Okay. And create date. And we just apply it. And then another field which is called complete date. So complete date, and then we save. Okay. Let's preview this thing in Domino. It says, do I want to save? I go yes. Okay, I need to maximize this thing. Okay, I'm closing the tab. Okay, so let's see what's next. Table properties. So right click anywhere. Table properties. Width. from 3 it goes to 1.5. For status 1.5. Then it clicks on a second and goes 1.5. On the third, 1.5. And even the last one, all of them are 1.5. Okay. So it says that the cell width for the table is, for all of the 4 columns, 1.5 inches. Okay. Then it goes merge cell for the title. Merge cell for the problem. Just a second. Okay. So we merge the cells for title, for problem, and the next one is for answers. Okay. Again, merge the cells for the title. And go preview. And tab goes to the created 06/04/2023. And there's priority 1. Where are you, priority? It completed. Okay. And again, we do not save this document. Back to the designer. Okay. So we don't need the last row. So we click inside of one of the cells and go right click, delete row. Okay, or there's table and delete selected rows. Okay, what's next? We do more merge cells. And in here we go table properties. Okay, and we go to the second tab, which has the cell borders tooltip, and we go cell border left and right cell border thickness, we can make it 0. We can either add it for a single cell or for the entire table, for the entire row. So for instance, we click on one cell and we go 0 and 0. And then for the next one, 0 left and 0 right border thickness. And then we also need to do this one. Set all to 0. There's another button. Okay, what's next? Table properties. The second. First, just a second. Let's see what it did. So go table properties, the second tab, and then left, top, and right, make them 0. Okay, interesting. So for this cell, it eliminated 3 borders. There's just a bottom border. Okay. And now we save and preview. Okay. Let's close and back to the designer. So we can either select the entire table by dragging with a left mouse click, or we can put the cursor inside and we go table, table select, entire table. Or all cells. So table, table select, all cells. Okay. And then table properties. So there's row spacing. We need to make this .05 and .05. So row spacing and column spacing. And vertical align center. So again, it goes table properties, which means all of the cells, and says that all of the cells should have row spacing and column spacing. So between rows and columns should be 0.05 inches. And then vertically, all of the contents should be vertically aligned. Center. Okay, interesting. So there's more spacing everywhere and more even placing of controls. Okay, save and preview. So vertically everything's centered. Everything in its own cell. Okay, so we have form. So again, a form is two things. Is the structure of a table plus the columns inside of it, where we will store our rows, our documents, HCL Domino documents, which are similar to rows in relational databases. And there's also a data entry form, where data entry personnel can enter data into that table. Okay, so now we go in another place, which is HCL Domino application views. Okay, we double click on untitled and we go view properties. Design view properties. Okay, so the old GUI type of property dialog. There's view and database. View is selected, and we put a name with a space. So we also have an alias. My first view. Yes, it's totally my first view. Apply. Close. Okay, now it clicks on the first column and says column value. Yes, that's what's selected by default. And then go in view, number in view, sample 2.1.2. Okay, we click on the column and go column properties. Or we just double click it. So column properties, or double click on the column. It brings up the old GUI for properties, and in here we put the name for the column. We go title. there's a width, there's the possibility of resizing. Okay, what's next? We make width 25. Apply. And then we close the properties dialog. File, save. Or Ctrl S to save the view. Okay. Design previewing notes. So it says problems and answers by title and the title column. Okay. So we have the option of creating a row. So the table name is problems and answers, which is the name of the form, which is the name of one data item, which is the name of a document, which is the name of a row in a relational database. Okay. And this is the first time it actually saves something. Okay. So created with this very special format 0604-023. Priority 1. I use a tab key. So not completed yet, it was just reported. So this is similar to an issue tracker such as Jira or Zendesk or something. So we have a end user which reports a problem. We are probably the IT department or something. So the problem was created today, authored by one end user. It's still active, priority best, and in the category stuff. It has a title. Okay, so we've edited all of the columns, as it were, all of the cells, with the exception of date completed, because the issue was just reported. We did not fix it yet. It's still open. Okay, and now when we want to close, it's going to ask if I want to save the new document, and we go yes. And we're inside of the view by title. There's just one document, which is true. Okay, so we're in the title column value. And we do not want to display simple function number in view. Instead, we want a field. and the field is the actual title. Save and preview in Notes. Okay, so this is a view. This does not contain rows, so data items, but it uses things similar to an SQL query or a source code query that takes data from the actual place where it's stored, which is the table, which is the form, which is the list of documents. Okay, and from there, from the list of documents, it takes all of the documents of type problem and answer, so which are from the form problem and answer, and it takes all of the data rows, so all of the documents. From those, it takes the title, so it's similar to like select title from problems and answers. SQL query. Okay. Says create. Create a insert new column. So insert means to the left and append means to the right. Okay, we can delete the column. We can create append new column. So select the column, we go create append new column, and it creates a new column after the currently selected column. Okay, we double click on the column and it shows the old dialog, the old GUI properties dialog for the column. We name this thing author. We go apply. It says author column value field author. We keep the default size, which is 10. Okay, we have selected the author column. So we can double click at the right hand side of the last column and it will append a new column. We'll name it create date. Okay, and we go the same thing, so create date, column value field, and create date. Okay, double click again, status, apply, column value field, status. Okay. Okay, so a view is a list view. That's the result of an SQL query. Similar to that. Okay, we go save and then we go open in HCL Notes. So we see by default it starts with the view named by title, as for columns, one is wider than the others, and they all show values straight from the tables, so from the document cells. Okay, we can move columns around. So click on status, move it before the create date, save and open in HCL notes. Okay, what's next? We can again create a problem and answer. Category department, author MB, status active, and created 06/04/223 in the future. And then it goes priority not 1 but 2. No date completed. Error message. My computer. Body 2. Possible solution 2. Okay. So again, when we try to close this tab in HCL notes, which corresponds to a HCL Domino document, it will ask if I want to lose the data that I just entered, or if we need to add a new document, so a new row to the table. Go yes. And now the view is refreshed because, again, views are the result of an SQL query. Okay, so I'm saying SQL query, but HCL Domino is not an SQL database. It is a NoSQL database, a document database. Okay, but I'm trying to make the analogy with a relational database. So for instance, Microsoft Office's application, Microsoft Access, has similar functionalities where it has tables with name and table structures such as columns, column name, column type. And that's similar to a document structure in HCL Domino, which is part of a HCL Domino form. So the columns in a relational database table are the forms fields in HCL Domino. Okay, and then MS Access also has the concept of creating queries from various tables, one or more tables, and the result is also shown as a list view. And then it also has the possibility of creating a form, which could be used for read-only, so just for paginating through the table, or for data entry, for actually appending or editing existing rows in the table. And then there's also reports which can be printed or saved to PDF. So that's the list of features from the application Microsoft Access from the suite Microsoft Office. Okay. So maybe you should back this thing up. So how do we do that? application, new copy. Let's see where we put this thing. So data dev, and we make a directory backup. Okay. Okay. And even more, we should have named it differently. So let me remove this thing and copy it again. So application, new copy, paste, and let's put the timestamp in here. So 0650. Okay, let's see if the file was created. So yes, indeed, it's in here. We don't want to edit this file. This is just a backup. So we're going to remove it from the applications view in HCL Domino Designer. So right click, remove. Okay. Okay, let's continue with the tutorial from Jeff Twardowski. Okay. So this is the current application that we have. We have a form and a view. Let's see the form. Okay, so all of the fields for now are of type text. Let's go to the help, the basic user guide, the formula language, and A to Z, commands or functions. Functions A to Z. Okay. And we're searching for the function named username. Okay. So this thing. At username formula language. This thing says returns the current username. If the username is hierarchical, username returns it in canonical format, including CN, OUO, and C. For the name in abbreviated format, without those CN, OUO, C, use at v3 username. Okay, and then we have examples. To get the first, at the first part, you go at username of 0. Or you could extract the name out of the CN of the username. Okay, what's the syntax for the at name? So at name formula language function allows you to manipulate hierarchical names. So for LDAP, those things with CNs and OUs and everything else. Okay, so it says action and then what? So action is a keyword, could be A, could be CN, could be OU, etc. Okay, so for CN, where is the CN? This thing returns the common name component of a domino name, returns the local part of an internet address, returns the phrase part of an internet address. Okay, and the list of examples. There's a canonicalize. Okay. So we want a default value for the author. Since the NSF file already knows our username, or knows the username of the user that's using the Domino client to open and view the NSF file. Okay, so we select author and we go author field default value. Okay, and it only allows formula language in here. So let's paste the example, the previous example. So this thing. So again, author, default value, paste. Let's put a trailing new line. Okay, we have a formula language validator. Let's do that, validate it. Okay. Let's preview this thing in HCL nodes. Yes. And it automatically pre-populates with my human readable display name of the user that I use when I've started HCL nodes. Great. So we've managed to pre-populate author, so we might also pre-populate the created field with the current timestamp. Okay, so we go create date, click on it, click on the field create date, double click on the field create date, okay, and it shows the old GUI properties dialog for field. So in here we have database and then form, and then inside we have a table and then text, and then inside there's a field. Okay, so we want to change the type of the create date field from text to date time. Okay, and Yeah, we need it to be editable, but we pre-populate it with a value. Okay, the second tab in here is called control, and in there we go display date, not display time. So we also want to display time, and so just a second. It says sample 0/0/2020 PM. Okay, great. Display date and display time. Show hours and minutes, time zone, adjust time to local zone, calendar Gregorian, show 4-digit, only month, day, and year. Okay. And then back to the first tab. In there we say that style is not notes, but calendar time control. For a date, for a timestamp picker probably. Okay, but then it reverts back to notes style. Okay. So it changed the icon, now it says a 16 in here. Okay. So let's look for the formula function for now. So now is the method that's also used in C#, for instance, and in Delphi. Okay, so at n, at now formula language. Double click on this thing. Wait for it to load. Says now flags and server names. Okay, could be this, both are optional because they did not exist in Domino 5. And flags is a keyword or keyword list, so similar to flags enum in C programming language or in C#. Okay. Return value now, time date or time date list. Okay, let's look at the examples. So it says just at now, no parameters, and returns it in the format that we've seen before while editing the field created date. So that's what we need. Okay, so in create date, default value, we go paste and apply. Okay, preview in HCL notes again, and we have the current timestamp pre-populated. Great feature. Okay, so let's see what's next. So there's no special date time picker. The form was not dirty, so we didn't ask if I want to save, because the end user didn't enter anything. No data will be lost. Okay, and now it does table properties. Okay, it goes cell width. Cell width 2. Apply. And preview. So the cell width was 1.2, 1.5 for all of the columns. And now one of the columns is 2 inch wide. Okay. And now we edit complete date, double click on it. Type should be date time. Calendar time control for the style. We only keep we keep both display time and display date. Only display date. Okay. And we have a daytime picker. So we'll select the day of tomorrow. Okay. And now the form is dirty. We changed this to be tomorrow. So it asks me if we want to lose work, and we go yes. We want to lose things. Okay, and now status is also not really text, but actually a radio button. Okay, and the choices for the radio button are the following. Active, waiting for more info, completed. And we go apply and sort to make them ordered alphabetically. Okay, so we need to unsort them. Cross reasons. Okay, so enter choices 1 per line. And now it shows the icon for the radio button, for a radio button, not the icon with T for that field. We save and we preview. Okay, so active waiting for more info completed. Repopulated the author of the issue report and then the created timestamp. And the status should have a default, so we go status, field default value, and in here should be the formula string active. Apply, save preview, and now the radio button for active is pre-populated and enabled. Okay, we don't save this thing. And let's see what's next. We want priority to be a checkbox. So to be a checkbox. That's editable. And in the tab control, we go number of columns 3. And the possible choice is 3. Okay, what's next? No need to sort, they're already sorted. Okay. So priority now has the icon for checkboxes. Okay, so there's multi-selection, checkboxes, so it's not really buttons, and they're not shown in rows on a single column, but instead on 3 columns, single row, which is a pretty cool feature. Okay, priority, we can make it a radio button. If we don't want multi-priority for an issue. And we also need to pre-populate it, so the default value for priority field default value is 2, the middle value. Okay, and then we want the number of columns to be 1. Okay, so we save, and this should be a string, of course, and save and preview. So 2 is pre-selected for priority, active is pre-selected for status. Okay. So we have the views, just one for now, by title. So we create a new one by category. Simple search, save and customize. So by category is selected right now, and it has the same structure as the previous one, the view by category, the same number of columns, 4. So when by title had as initial column the first column title, right now we need the first column to be category. Okay, so we double click to add a new category, a new column of type category. Okay, and we want to move this thing for it on the first position. Okay, and double click on it to edit it. The tab sorting, sorting ascending by category. Okay, and we want this column to have column value field category, and save. Okay, so we have columns category, title, status, create. So when we created the view by category, it said copy style from view by title. That was the default. Okay, title, status, create date, author. Okay, and by category, category, title, status, create date, author, save. And now we can preview. So by category is the first view, the default one, because it's sort the in the left hand side is shown the list of views, and by category is first alphabetically. Okay, category column in this view is sorted alphabetically, similar to in the SQL query. Select category, title, status, create date, author from problems and answers, order by category. Okay, let's close this. Back to the form problems and answers. Okay, and also category is not that should not be free text, should have some constraints similar to a comma box, but probably an editable one. So category, not text, but dialog list, and control, and pre-populate with some choices. Sales and operations. Okay, so it says show field delimiters, enter choices one per line, research and development, sales, operations, and then we make this thing editable. So it's a combo box with 3 possible values, but we still can edit values that are not in the combo box, so allow values not in list. Okay, next. Save and preview. When we double click on category, when we choose this button, it shows the combo box, so R&D, sales, operations, and we can add a new item for this combo box. So we go IT, and then we go OK. Okay, so it has selected the correct value, which is ID what we wanted. And then the combo box has 4 possible values, so 3 which were pre-populated, and 1 which we just added. Okay, so we keep defaults. For title we go, this is an IT problem, and IT problem body, shift tab dot possible solution for IT in the morning. Okay, what happens if the text is really long? Let's see that. Okay, we close and save. And now we go with the by category view. So we can preview in notes by selecting in the applications view, for instance, the by category view, right click on it, and then we go preview in notes. Okay. Administrator, the correct date format for the IT issue. Okay. And then we preview the form. We go create problems and answers. Or we can just select and preview. Okay, so when we go preview in the Domino client, which is HCL nodes, it actually tries to preview the current form or view that we're editing right now in HCL Domino Designer. Okay, And if we select the combo box, now IT is gone. So when we created a new problem and answer, there was no IT element in this combo box. We've added it. It allowed us because we enabled support for adding items to this combo box. But then this combo box had the IT item just for the period when we were still editing the respective problem and answer, so the respective domino document. But since the design element that contains the list of possible keywords, which is the category field, was not edited by HCL notes, when we reopened the problems and answers form in HCL notes, it took the list of possible combo box values from the definition of the field category, and in there were just 3 possibilities for the combo box. Okay, so let's fix this. We need to add an alias or by category, similar to what we did with title. So we go, where are you? Not a double click, but a click on the cell by category by alias. And in here, we name it lookup category. Okay, we pressed enter to store the settings, the alias for the by category view. Now let's go back to the documentation for the formula language, and we want a DB column. At DB column with domino data source. Okay, so says that it goes to a domino database, which is problems and answers.nsf. In there returns a column of values from either a view or a folder. So might exercise the SQL queries that are displayed by the views and then return a column from that SQL query. So that would be something like select column 1 from, and then an SQL query. Or it could select a column of values from a folder, which we don't yet have folders. Okay, so it says the syntax class cache, server database, view, and then column number. Okay, so if the first value class cache is the null string, the empty string, then it caches the results of the lookup. Each subsequent lookup to the same location reuses that data until you specify recache. Okay, let's go to the examples. So it says at DB column, empty string, then the name of the NSF, then the name of the view, and then the column. So view and then column number. So let's copy this thing. And use that for the combo box. So problems and answers, category combo box, and then we go control, and then choices, and then we select enter choices one by line, and in there's a possibility of use formula for choices. Okay, but if we try, it says that this formula is invalid. Okay, so in here we put the formula, says db column, this inventory is, let's look at the exact name, Shift F6, Ctrl C, Ctrl V, and then we want the, we could not put anything because it defaults with the current database. Okay, and then we need that thing, look up category, and then category, the column 1 probably, because Visual Basic is 1 indexed and Pascal is 1 indexed, not 0 indexed. Okay, so we go done. We save this thing and we review. Okay, so we only have department, IT, and staff, which are the values that actually exist in the problems and answers table in the column category. So there's no other pre-populated items in this combo box, just the result of the SQL query, select category from problems and answers unique or something. Okay, so let's see how this thing works. So we have 3 categories: department, IT, and staff. This thing, and the combo box respects that. It's just a select from that column. Okay, so let's create a new element. We go sales. Okay, and it's, this is my sales question, sales body, possible option, email sales department. Okay. And then save document dialog box. So we save this thing. Yes, now it appears in the category view, which is also aliased lkup underscore category. And unique select from the first column is the column category, which is department, IT, sales, and stuff. And now if we go create a new problems and answers, the combo box will reflect that. And it's even sorted alphabetically. Okay, so we select sales again, open. Okay. Second sales issue. Sales body. Dot sales answer. Okay. And then we save. Yes. And now we have two sales items, two sales documents, two documents with the column category with value sales. Okay. So next, back to the help. We're looking for is new doc formula language function. Is doc is new doc. Okay, so it says is new doc formula language. If we're editing a document, it tells us if the document has been saved already to disk. It returns 1 if we're editing but was never saved to disk. And if it was saved at least once, then it returns 0, which is false. Is new doc returns true 1. Okay. And now we're going to copy this first example. And we're going to edit the title. So it says PA form window title. And then we go paste. And it says if it's a new doc, then it says new document. Okay. Problems and answers, new document. And the other thing is what? The else branch. Document is open, so it respects the subject field when you reopen it. When you open it for the first time, it's going to say PA as in problem and answers, new document. Okay. So we have a field title, we have a column in the table which is called title. So we're going to use that for when we reopen a issue, a problem, and answer a document, a row. Okay, string concat. So P and new I, new document, P and A, and then the existing subject with a space. Apply. So let's preview this thing. So this was not saved to the disk, so the title in the tab, it says PA new document. Okay, and if we open the by category and we open any existing document, it instead says PNA and then the title. Not really. Something's wrong with the title. So says PA form, window title, and then if at is new doc, PNA new document, otherwise this is a semicolon, PNA, and this is not the subject, there's no field subject, we need a field title. Like this. Okay, so we go by category, preview in notes, double click, and it's happening. We didn't save yet. Okay, when we preview in notes a problem and answer that was never saved to this one, which we're just adding to the system, the title is P&A space new space document in the tab. When we open the by category view, and then from there we double click on a document, and now the title in the tab is P&A space and then the title. So this is a sales question, this is a sales question in the tab. This is an IT problem, error message on my computer. Okay. Okay, so let's continue with this. Okay, so let's look at the view by title. In the right hand side, it's collapsed this splitter with shared actions. So starts with categorize and ends with bookmark. Okay, and then we go back to the help and we search for formula language commands A to Z. So not functions, but commands. Okay, and we're looking for compose add command. Compose add command, this thing. Okay, So says it creates a new blank document. Server database form width height. Okay. And command compose. So we need this square brackets, compose, close square brackets. This is an example. The first one is what we were after. Okay. A new main topic document. So this is the name of the document. This is the current database. And then we say that we want to compose. Okay. We go to the action. So we're in the view by title. We go in the view of actions. Okay, we go remove from folder, right click, create action. Okay, it's interesting that it does not create a shared action, but it actually adds an action by hand in the view by title. Okay, so it says create PA. Create a PNA. Okay, what else does it do? Just a name. Apply. Close, and we drag and drop this action to the first position in the actions. So this will be shown in the toolbar, in the actions, main menu, in the context menu. Okay, so now it does a multi-selection where it deletes all of the other actions except create PNA. Right click. Where are you? Right click on this thing and then we go delete. So we've kept just one action for the view by title, which is called create PNA. Okay. And then we're selecting the action and automatically selecting created PNA action and the click environment, the click event implementation. And we need to put this command there. And we need to find out the alias of the problems and answers. So it's PA. And this thing should be PA. And apply. So add command, compose, current database, and then the form PA. We'll create a new row in the table problems and answers. Okay, so let's save and review in HCL notes. And now we have a toolbar with a button, create PNA. We have actions, create PNA. And we have no context menu yet. Okay, it's okay like this. Okay, if we click on create PNA, it actually does the correct thing. We can see it by the tab title says PNA space new document, which is actually the title for in the case when the document was not yet saved to the disk. Okay. Back to the Domino Designer. Problems and answers form. Okay, this thing also has a collapsible list of actions. Can go view action pane. Instead of uncollapsing the action pane, you can go view and then action pane, so it uncollapses automatically. Okay, we go new, create action, and this says save and close. Apply. Okay, and the on-click action is the command for file save. So let's find the command for file save in the help. So HCL Domino Designer and HCL Notes help. It's command compose, that the one that we used, and now we want another command, which is add command between square brackets file save. Letter F. File save this thing. So it says file save add command formula language performs the menu command file save. Command file save. Okay, but then we cannot just execute file save if the document is open in read-only mode. So it needs to be opened in edit mode if it's a document, and that's what we have. Forms, subforms, view, folder, agent, navigator must be open in design mode. We don't have such a thing in HCL nodes. You can use this command in web applications, okay? And then example. When added to the next action, saves and closes. File save, file close, file compose. When added to the save action button in a form and triggered from notes, saves the current document and opens the all docs view when the save is successful. If the save is not successful, it returns the message save unsuccessful, but just to the status bar, not a message box. Okay, so this is what we want. Copy and paste. So it says if add command file save and command file close window. It's the other one. Document must be open in edit mode. If not, it might fail. Just a second. Let's do this then. File close window is a command. Okay, let's find file close window. This thing. So file close window, add command. Command file close windows. Window closes the current notes window. If the document or design element in that window has not been saved, notes prompts the user to save it before closing. Last thing. Okay, so if we can save, then we close the window which is in here. Not okay. Control Z. So there's a semicolon here. And then another semicolon here for the error, for the else case. So there's if, condition, semicolon, then semicolon, and then, where are you? This do ends in here. And then semicolon, this is the error case. So in the error case, it should do nothing. And in the success case, it should do close. So if add command, so this ends here, this ends here. These are two semicolons, this ends here, verify. Okay. Save. Okay, so by category view, review in notes, by title. So by title has create PA, by category does not have create PA. So we go by title in order to be able to create a PNA. Press on the button, which is an action. And now we select a possible value for the category. IT. Okay. And then title, body, IT, and then answer IT. Okay. And then we try the button save and close. And we have the issue created at 0805, which is another IT issue available in here also. So this is a read-only view. Okay, so saving actually works. The formula was correct. We go back to problems and categories form. We go view action pane. We create an, where are you? An action named cancel. And we put the event implementation, cancel action click, the close window that we had previously in the help. File close window or just close window? What's the difference between close window and file close window? So there's file close window closes the current notes window, and then there's close window, same as file close command menu, closes the current notes tab or the window if this was the last tab in the window. Not immediately evident to me what's the difference between these two. An example. Okay. And then another one, another new action, which is called edit document. Apply a button and the action for file editor. Is there such a thing, file editor? File exit. Let's look at the menu. So save, review, and if I edit this thing with actions create PNA, I enter some data. There's file save. So file save, Control S. Okay, let's delete this thing if we can. Apply. Undo, delete. It's just marked for deletion. Okay. So we want file save once the element is open. Okay, how we enter edit mode? Listing, right click and edit, Control E. So we want to edit the current document. Okay, let's see what it does. Save and close, and then cancel. And then the edit document button. Command edit document. Edit document. Places the current document into the mode you specify. If you don't specify a mode, toggles between read and edit mode. Okay, so 1 is edit and 0 is read mode. And then we probably want a 0, so this thing. Okay, so edit document, click, paste. Just toggle. Okay, let's do toggle then. Apply. Save, preview. And we have an edit button, which actually toggles, doesn't toggle anything. Very strange that it tries to toggle instead of always entering the edit mode. Okay, right now it's in read-only mode because we can see that the combo box for category is not visible. But now we entered edit mode, so the combo box is available. So this is the view by title. We open a document for view in view mode, and then we go edit document to enter the edit mode. Okay, back to the 3 actions, and let's make them available just when the correct mode is enabled between read-only mode and edit mode. So save and edit and close, and then there's action properties and says the action hide when. So we should close the save when it's on read only. Opened for reading and previewed for reading. So these 2 actions. Okay. and then edit only when it's no, the other way around. Edit document. It's already opened for editing. Why would you want to do that? Hide when it's open for editing. Oh, so it's double negation there. Okay. And cancel when hide when it's in read only, right? Mode. Okay, so we go preview. This will want to create a new document and put it in edit mode. So we have a save and close button, and the cancel button. We do not have the edit button because it's already in edit mode. Whereas if we open the category view, review in notes, and we double click on a document, it opens it in read mode, not in edit mode. So we can enter edit mode. We also have this toolbar, and the actions that are visible in the toolbar have changed. And also here, the same actions in the HCL Notes main menu actions. Okay. So now we have the problem that we have two views with different actions. So the by title view has a create P&A action, whereas the by category view doesn't have any actions. Okay. So we're going to go to where the action is defined. So in by title view action pane. And what we want is a shared action. So code shared actions. So we create a shared action once, and then we use it for both the view, for both views. Okay. So by title, create P&A. This is the cleverness. Shared actions. New shared action. Create P&A. Okay. Create with R. Okay, and there's just one possibility, which is the onClick method, the event handler. Okay. We can save and close the tab and this other thing. Okay, so now we have the shared action create PNA. We can go where there's no shared actions. So in the view by category, we clear everything. Control A does not work. Shift, click Shift, delete. Okay. And now we go insert shared action. So not create action, but insert shared action. There's just one shared action. We need to click on it. Then we go insert. Then we close the dialog. Okay. So we should not edit the shared action where we've placed it in a view or form or folder somewhere, but we need to actually edit it in here in the code shared actions create PNA. Okay. Save and preview. Now we have a button called create PNA in the view by category. Okay. So it creates a new document, puts it in edit mode. Next, in HCL Domino Designer, we go to the problems and answers form, middle click to close the tab. So we're creating more shared actions, problems and answers, edit document, copy shared actions, new shared action, edit document. Okay, and we paste this thing in the on-click handler. Control S, close. Okay. And then we edit the shared action edit document. Right click programmer's pane properties. Okay. In there we have programmer's pane, shared action, and database. So shared action, and there's the action hide when option, and we say that we should hide when previewed for were already opened for editing. Okay, save this thing. Save again. Middle click to close. So in by category, let's uncollapse the splitter. And we go right click, insert shared action. Edit document. Close. Okay, save. Okay. So next, let's review this thing. So by category, review in notes. It has two buttons. By title has just create P&A button. Edit document, cancel, create P&A, cancel. Okay. Okay. Back to edit document. We have design, shared action properties. Edit not document but P&A. Apply. Okay. We save, Ctrl S. We preview by category. And now there's no more edit document but edit P&A. Okay. And then there's by title, which doesn't have a edit P&A. Okay, let's add it there in the by title view. Insert shared action, edit P&A, done. Let's even, shouldn't we? No, so one action is shared and one action is not shared. So it is. Okay. So you need to have edit PA in here, shared action, and this one not shared action. Whereas in the view by category, both of the actions are shared. Okay. File save all. Doesn't work. Save. Preview in notes. So create PNA, edit PNA, and the same thing. Search problems and answers by category. Okay. What's next? back to problems and answers form. Okay, so we'll edit a field. The field create date is no longer editable, but computed for this when composed. Okay, so let's do that. Double click on create date, and instead of editable should be computed when composed. Okay, preview. So it's no longer editable in any way. Okay, what do we do for author? The same thing. Double click on author, computed when composed, save, and preview. Okay, so even when the document is open in edit mode, we cannot actually edit the field administrator any longer. The field author. There is a field, the value is pre-computed, will be inserted in the database, but not editable by an end user using this form. Okay, let's do some bling. Author and create date, table properties, the third tab, and says color none, and it goes to color for cell color. That thing. Okay, and then let's deselect to see these three fields. Table properties, the third one, color, and that one. Apply. Okay, let's see how it looks like. The same color there too. A bit darker. Okay. What's next? The title. Table properties, color, this color. Let's do multi-selection. Let's see if it works. No, it doesn't. Table properties, color this one. table properties color, this one. Okay, multi-selection in here. And table properties color. And which one is it? And this one. Okay. And this same color. It's this one. And this color. And this color. Okay. So one color to the left. This thing. Okay, save and preview. Okay. What's next? By title preview. Problems and answers. Let's look for the title and input validation. Okay, let's see how good we are at formula language. So at if we have the column and the field that's called title. Failure. So if and then condition and then the two branches then and else. So at failure. And then a text message and then a semicolon. Please enter a title. and on else there's success. So the title is no longer optional. We could create problems and answers a document, a row with an empty title. Okay, let's preview this thing. Okay, we try to not give it a title. We go category, and then we go save and close, and now it complains, please enter a title. Field contains incorrect value. Okay. It allows an empty category. So we also need to do something for the category. So category field, input validation, Control V. Let's get back to where we were. So title, this thing, copy, category, input validation, paste, and in here we have category. Category. Okay, apply. Save. Okay, so we're putting a title. We're not putting a category. And we go save and close, and now it says please enter a category. Okay. Next. We can open an entire application from Domino Designer in client, which is HCL Notes. So I click on the app in the applications view and opening client. Okay, we're by category. We go create PNA. We go cancel. So there's many duplicates in the category combo box. We have stuff 2 times, sales 2 times, in here. So sales 2 times, stuff 2 times, IT 2 times. Okay, and there's a at unique formula. Formula function. At unique, this thing. Without a parameter returns a random unique text value. With a parameter removes duplicates values from the text list by returning only the first occurrence of each member of the list. So there's unique and then some list, text list. Okay. Unique is case sensitive. Okay. So where we create the values in the lookup, we go db column and then all of the values in the column. So we probably need to go at unique of this thing. Unique 2. And also we can sort these values that are shown in the combo box, sort them alphabetically. Sort unique and then 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and 3, 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Save, preview. And now stuff appears just once, sales just once, IT just once, and sorted alphabetically. Okay. Okay, next. We make a copy of the view by category. So views, right click on by category, copy, right click somewhere else, paste. Says copy of by category with the wrong alias, which is lookup category. Okay, copy by category. Design a view properties. So this thing should be by status. Okay, and the alias, there should be no alias. And the status is the most important column now. Let's save this thing, Ctrl S. Move the most important column on the first position. Then there should be title. Okay, double click on status. Say status. Categorized by status. And show twisty when a row is expandable. Do not display title in column header. And size 1. Okay, so status is a column of size 1 width. And show twisty when a row is expandable, and do not display title in column header by status. Interesting. Because it's categorized, so it becomes a tree view instead of a list view. Show twisty when a row is expandable, and do not display title in column header. That's what we should do. And then preview. Save. So there's, instead of title, now it says, instead of the entire row, it just says the text of the status. And then the column status was replaced by a twisty, or an expander, a tree view expander. And then the rest of the columns just show, so these are individual documents, and this is a grouping of documents, so a parent of those documents, of all of the documents that have the status with a value active. Interesting. Okay. So everything's active. We'll need to create a new PNA to have other statuses, then remove some. Yes. So some of the issues, we'll move them from active to completed and to waiting for more info. So another IT problem becomes waiting for more info after we edit the document. Then we save and close. And second sales issue, we make it the same, edit, and then wait for more info, and then save and close. And then once stuff, we'll mark it as completed. Stuff JT, this thing becomes completed. Save and close. Okay, so now we have all of the three possible statuses. There's PNAs with at least one PNA with each status. So we can collapse, expand a two-level tree view. Okay. So double click on the column, and then we have the title. So default sans serif 9 and bold. And the other font, default sans serif 12 and text color this thing. And we save. Okay, preview again. Save changes. And now the first level, which is active, completed, or waiting for more info, has bigger font and a different color for the font. Okay, so within the view by status, there's the column author. We're editing it. We say click on column header to sort. Click on column header to sort, and then there's a secondary sort column, which is author. So there's we're grouping by status, and then sort ascending by category with a secondary sort column author. Let me see this thing. Let's preview this thing. Okay, so we can sort by author. So this is two-level tree view. This is just a list view. So we toggle between those. And with category, so the first one is category, the second one is author. So it's either sorted by category, but it's not grouped by status, or grouped by status and inside of the active with the sorted by category, inside of completed, sorted by category, and so inside of waiting for more info. So the children of waiting for more info are sorted ascending by category alphabetically. So this just sorts when there's no tree view. When there's a tree view, it doesn't know how to sort. Okay, interesting. So author ascending and category ascending, and then with a secondary column. Okay, interesting. Okay, and the last part of the tutorial, the part 104. Okay, so let's go back to the form. There's the author. So it has a field value computed from the username with LDAP style. Okay, so author is computed, but instead of being displayed as text, we will now display it as names. Okay, let's preview this thing. It looks identical. Okay. So it says that there might be an access control list problem. Okay, so right click on the app, application, access control, advanced, administration server. So the NSF was created locally in the data directory of the Domino client, not on the Domino server. And still we tell it that the administration server is the Domino server. Modify all names fields. Okay. Let's see what this brings to the table. Basics, default, admin. We need to select the Domino server. No, it's okay. Okay, so this is server, its manager, has all of the rights possible. Okay, my user, person, manager, all of the rights possible. Default no access, correct. Default unspecified access type manager. And then back to no access, okay. Local domain servers. Server group manager, correct. Other domain servers, server group, no access, no right. And what should we change? Add user. Why? I don't see the list. PSS directory. I don't see the directory on the Domino server. Because this application lives on the Domino client, not on the Domino server. Let's save this thing and see if access control. If we can add local domain admins. No, I don't have the access to the directory from the Domino server. Hopefully it's enough though. Okay. So let's now see the application. Opening client. And the name, the full name of the administrator is still administrator. We might need to create a user on the Okay, so it's about translating from the from administrator to the full name of that user by looking it up in the LDAP HCL Domino servers directory. Okay. Whoa. Okay, so let's get back to editing the form. So says that we need a new field. The person that completed the issue, that closed the issue. Okay. Table insert a row. Select the two cells. Control X. And then click above and go Control V. Across the cells, yes. Okay, so we cut and pasted such that we moved the two cells one row above. Okay. And then we get to add a new label. User completed. Okay, add a new field. Okay, which is called completed user. Complete user computed. Complete user and completed. Computed. Okay. And then field value. Field value. does that mean? If we put inside of the complete user field the value complete user. Complete user, I don't know. Okay, and then complete data. It's computed and it's not style. So complete date, daytime computed, style not style, and complete data value. Complete date. Complete date. Let's select these two cells. And go with color. This thing. Not that. Okay. Next. This column is not aligned vertical center. The new row that was inserted. But the height is correct, 0.5. So it's the same size as the other rows. Just this vertical align setting was lost. It defaulted to top instead of being center as the other rows. And the row that we copied from. We didn't copy, we inserted. Okay. Okay. What's next? Save and close this thing. Okay, shared actions. New shared action. Complete. Okay. So complete on click. That's a huge formula thing. At if add command round parentheses, square parentheses, while save. if semicolon, and there's a do block. Do block opens here and ends there. And there's a semicolon and then nothing, and then another semicolon. Okay. Set field. Complete date. Complete date. With value now. That's a semicolon, hopefully. And now field. Status assignment completed. Semicolon field. Complete user. At name. Semicolon. This is CN. And this is semicolon. Username. Mail send. Author. So what's the author? I know. Semicolon. Nothing. Semicolon nothing. Semicolon. Problem. Plus title. Problem. Ticket. Completed. Click. Link. Proceed. Ticket. Solution. Include doc link. And then a semicolon. And another one, command. File save. Okay. So if command file save semicolon do set field complete date now semicolon field status assignment completed semicolon field complete user assignment name cn semicolon edit username semicolon mail send author semicolon nothing semicolon empty string semicolon problem plus title semicolon problem ticket completed, click doc link to see ticket, semicolon solution, semicolon include doc link, semicolon commands file save, command close window, and that's about it. Mail send formula language. Okay, let's go there. So help mail send is a function at mail send. Thing. So set to CC, BCC, subject, something, something, and something. Remark test optional. The beginning of the body of the field of the memo. If this parameter is a list, only the first element is used. Okay, body fields. Text list, the names of one or more fields from the current document that you want to include in the mail memo. The fields must be of type text, text list, or rich text, and are appended to the memo in the order which you list them. You can store a text of a numeric field in a variable. Flags, sign priority high, return receipt. Okay. So to author, CC nobody, BCC nobody. Title, subject, problem, title. We need probably a space in here. Okay. So we have the title, then we have a remark, which is problem ticket completed. So this is at the start of the body. And then the list of fields, which is just one field, which is solution. And then for flags, we have include doc link, this thing. Include a doc link pointing to the document that was open or selected when mail send was used. You must include this flag if you want the document linked to the mail memo. A new document must be saved. Only works if the database contains a default view. Okay, interesting. Okay, next. What do we do? Save this thing. Okay. Okay. Go to problems and answers. We go to the field author. and we make that thing computed when compose, which that's the what it was before. Computed when compose. Okay, let's hide the shared action. So this complete thing, shared action, hiding. So what does this thing do? It puts a issue, a document in the status completed by the complete user, current user of HCL Domino client, and then it sends an email including an attachment with include doc link to this database document. So when we have it open for reading, this thing should be hidden. Okay. Problems and answers. Action. Pane. Insert shared action. Complete. Insert. Done. Should be the last one in order. Okay. Save. We close this thing. Okay. Let's. Where are you? Opening client. So we have an active issue that we press the edit button and then we mark as complete. Okay, so by status active which one? This thing, edit PNA. Okay, so these two fields are computed when we click the button complete. So let's complete. Administrator not found in name and address book or any Domino directory. Choose OK to skip. No names found to send mail to. But still it did something. It put administrator here, it put the date completed. I'm not sure how in this tutorial the application that runs on the Domino client knows how to connect to the Domino server. I'm not sure how. Okay. And it tried to send an email, could not send because it could not find the identity of the user administrator, so it didn't know how to put the user administrator in the field 2. Okay. Mail. Okay, I have an idea. So it says Domino 12 comp, Domino 12 org. Let's edit my Etsy hosts. Okay. Domino 12 comp. Okay, and I need an IP address. Testing. Control S. Is the server running or not? Just a second, let me see. So I'm closing all of the Domino client apps. Let's look at the list of processes. So there should be a ton of processes with names starting in N, and there's none. So I guess that was the problem. I did not start the HCL Domino server. So that's HCL Domino server. Yes, start as a regular. Okay. Okay, and now we start the HCL Domino clients. Start with nodes. Okay, read the mail. Okay. And problems and answers. This thing, edit document, we put it in waiting for more info. Save and close. And now we try to edit it and mark it as complete. Okay, so 0 errors. It has put the completed fields, so user completed and date completed. And let's look at the sent email right now. So it says today from administrator, there's problem, another IT issue, problem ticket. Let's double click on this thing. So problem, another IT issue. From administrator to administrator, problem ticket completed. Click doc link to see ticket solution is here. Application problems and answers, view by status document, another IT issue. So where is it? This thing, let's close it. Let's close this too. And click on the doc link. And it took me to the correct document from the correct NSF file. Okay. And now we probably can also do the last setting that we could not do. So problems and answers, application, access control, add the Domino servers directory, local domain admins, okay, and this thing as server group and manager. Not server group, but user group. Person group and manager and everything. Okay. That's it. Okay, next. Okay, so if we want to add more fields to the body of the email, we can do that. So there's forms, problems and answers. This is the answers column. Okay, and shared elements, where are you? Code, shared actions complete. And in here we had the solution, which is not a field. It's just the text solution. So let's put the field answers there. Answers. Okay, Control S. I'm not sure if we need to re-add this shared action back to the problems and answers form. Who knows? Okay, so we saved and now we're running the entire NSF file in HCL Domino. We find another issue listing, which is completed, and we uncomplete it. Save and close. Okay. It already has values pre-computed. Edit document, and now it has the answers column, answer, IT, and a dot. So we go complete, and let's look at the sent email. The email doesn't arrive in sent, just in inbox. Okay, answer IT and then a dot instead of what we had previously, which is just a string solution. Okay, and it takes us to the correct document from the correct NSF file. Even like this. Okay. And then we make another view by completed. Middle click to close. Views. We copy by status. And we make a copy by status. So copy, paste. So this becomes by completed. Define view properties. By completed. Control S. So by completed, what columns does it have? So it has a title, status, title, category, create, date, author, right? And then status column value. By completed view selection. This thing. Add condition. So this is simple search, not formula. So says by form, problems and answers. Add condition by form. Search for documents which use form, problem and answers. Okay. Add. Okay. Add condition. By field, status. Status contains completed. Add. Control S and preview this thing. So it says by completed, so it's identical to the status by status view, but it only shows this sub part or this part of the tree, so it doesn't show active and its children and waiting for more info and its children. It doesn't only shows completed and its children. The rest is identical, so two shared actions, the same columns, the same grouping, the same sorting, the same everything. Okay. Okay, now we need to edit in the by completed view the last column, which is called author. So we don't care that much about who added the issue, but who finished the issue, who completed the issue. categorized. Okay. So we say that the resolver is has column value and complete user. Okay. And then this column is ascending. Okay, next. We move the column before the title. Okay. How far before the title? So we take the resolver, we put it in front of everything. Okay. And then we make the title the empty string. And the size 1. Okay. And then on the third tab, which is the font, we change the text color to something like this. And we improve the size of the font. So we make this thing 14. Okay. And the other column, the status, permanently delete. We don't need the status because the status is always completed. Okay. Control S, preview. So it's either the user administrator that closed the issue. Only I could close the issue because only I connected using HCL nodes, the HCL Domino client, to the NSF file. So only my name was computed. Okay. So instead of create date, we're interested in completed date. So let's do that. So the view by completed, title, category, and this is create date and now becomes completed date. apply, and the completed date column value is complete date. Okay, let's make this thing 15. Apply and close. Ctrl S. Okay, so now it says completed date, and the timestamp has enough space. Okay, let's edit the column completed date again. The fourth tab, instead of style general, we make this style date time. And not display time. Okay, let's look again. So we only have the date portion of the timestamp, not the time, even though in the database there is a full timestamp with date and time. We're only displaying, for brevity reasons, just the date, not the time. Okay, and by completed view, and then we edit this column. Let's make this less emphasized. That's it. Okay. So by title, by status, by completed, by category, we open read-only one document, we open the document in edit mode, we exit edit mode, okay, so that's it. So this is me doing a tutorial that I found on YouTube from the YouTube site You Be Successful, Jeff Twardowski. Really good tutorial, the only tutorial I could find on YouTube that goes through much of the classic elements in Domino Designer. So it created a form, created 4 views. The form has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 fields. 4 of the fields are computed. There's 2 radio button fields, 1 combo box field, daytime fields. There's 3 shared actions. There's 1 non-shared action, this save and close, cancel, edit document, and where is it? By title. Please create PNA. Action is not shared. There's ample usage of formula language. There's 1 usage of simple search. The most complex formula is this incantation, complete, which is actually shared action, which looks like this. If calls the command from the main menu file save, so this thing, then do something, otherwise don't do anything. And this do something is like this. It edits a field that's computed. It sets the field's status, complete user, complete date. Then it sends an email. It also includes inside of the email's body a doc link to the application and to the document, and then goes file save, so file and then save, and then goes close window, so it closes the current document that we are currently editing in HCL notes. So this thing, edit document and then complete. Okay, so there's toolbars, there's action, menu, it sends email, such an email is this one, call IT in the morning, so this is the resolution. This thing is the text that's inside of the field of the column or the cell named answers. And this is a link that from your email client makes you jump to the document which contains the issue from the application that we just created, which is called dev/problems as answers.nsf. So thank you.